All right, hello there. Good afternoon to all of you. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait the final 6 minutes for the new program showcase to complete over on the 24/7 stream here. But I hope your Tuesday is going well. My Tuesday certainly has. And I'm pretty sure from the status here, that is a pretty good reason. And you know why I'm excited today? It's because we're going to get to do Roblox at its usual time. Its usual day and its usual time. So that's how excited I am for this personally. Let's try biome. Let's try Fidel. No, that's not how it's spelled. Let's try. Alright, well, we're getting there. Oh, then it has to be Gizmo. I was about to try every letter of the alphabet just to get the one, but there we go. Gizmo is the word today. All right. Now with that taken care of, on to our main feature. Of course, being the Roblox show for this week. I know it's been about 2 weeks since we last did one. But of course, why is it blue? Why is it all white? Oh, Roblox may not be compatible. Here, let me try a different type till we get the one we want. There we go. It was set on Windows 7 for some reason, but there we go. All right, that's all taken care of. And there's the RL Scale sandbox that we're going to mess around with a little bit later. But anyway, we're going to go on now to our first game. Which is, of course... Oh yeah, I turned Roblox down. Or muted it because of the music in here, but you won't get to hear the music. That's alright. But again, we're waiting for the new program showcase to complete, and once it's finished, we'll have our viewers from that live stream see this one. Oh, I didn't even claim my credits. Let me try to... Here we go. Claim. Oh, that's different. Instead of 150, I get 350. Huh. That's neat. So it seems like they really have made some changes to that system when we were last here. So it looks like they really want us to play. And certainly we will do just that. And guess what? We will have a whole lot of time to do all that today. Game over. And that's it. So this is neat. 350 credits to start instead of 150. I'm not sure what's special about it. I'm not sure what's so special about the extra credits. It could probably be because we weren't here over the last few weeks. So that could be what it is. Let's play this one now. But anyway, as we are getting started here, I am sure you all would like to know what happened over the last several hours, including today. What happened when we were with you last? Well, I'll be more than happy to explain. So, starting with last night, well, the challengers actually did not come on. I just played catch-up, caught up on the Amtrak trains, and then after that, that was it, so... yeah, and then after that, that was it, so... and then today, of course, as expected, I did get back to production of Ticket to Ride. I was expecting to make 20, but in fact, I actually got 25 episodes recorded, which currently brings the total episode count up to 60. Alright, looks like it's done. So I'll go ahead and let our viewers join the live stream now that the showcase has ended. So I was just starting to talk about what happened over the last several hours when we were with you last. So let's go and continue. So like I said, nothing much happened after we left you last night. And then today, as expected, there were only 2 shows to catch up on. Well, actually 3, but the other one, Flipside, I did during my lunch break today. Now, in terms of Ticket to Ride, I actually got 25 episodes filmed in total. And I was able to defy my original plan of 20 episodes. So it seems like now we have a pattern at this point going forward with the Ticket to Ride show. So with 25 new episodes recorded, the total episode count is currently up to 60, which officially brings the show to over 25% of the way done. Not of the entire series, but rather of this specific order of episodes. So we're a quarter of the way done in terms of taping these episodes. So again, tomorrow, of course, will be the weekly, so there, of course, will not be any episode tapings, but then the next taping session for the show will then be on Thursday, later this week. And again, my goal for that is to get 25 more episodes recorded. Yeah, is to record 25 more episodes, which right then and there will bring the episode count. I'm hoping to film 25 more. Which will then bring, hopefully, the episode count up to... which will bring the total count to... yeah, which then bring the episode count to 85. And then Friday, I'm looking to go for 30 episodes. After I take care of the Street View episode for this weekend. Yeah, after I get it done. And from that point, the series should then be up to over 100 episodes, meaning then only 55 episodes will be left to make. So meaning if it all goes well next week, Tuesday, I plan to record 25 episodes again to bring the total count up to, from there, it should be 130. And then Thursday, I can film more episodes, and then Friday of that week, record the rest. Record the remaining episodes, and then put them all together. But I'm still thinking about doing the editing process early with a majority of them on Thursday of this week. And then maybe after all of them are edited, I can maybe continue on with, getting the rest of those elevated roadways from that Minecraft show, that we did yesterday. Another one of those head starts. And then from there, we'll, then of course we'll build all the other roads, from that point on. So that goes about in par on what I said. Friday the 21st would be my goal to get the rest of the Ticket to Ride episodes recorded and then eventually edited. Once that's done, I can then start rendering all the episodes and then of course begin the next task of, the fall taping cycle, because then the next round of taping, well, there's actually no tapings coming up after that. Now, there actually aren't any tapings coming up after that because I want to get college finals taken care of. And missed out on the 1,000, but... Now, here's a game we certainly haven't played in a while. But I'll continue talking here while we're doing this. Let me bring the keyboard a bit closer. So yeah, by Friday, 21st, I can then record the final 10 episodes of the show. And at the last 10 episodes, and then I could maybe go on further and just give it a bit more of a head start if I so choose, but that's not the route I'm looking to go. So then I'll just spend the entire day Friday getting those episodes put together and get the exporting started. So then the following week I can start working on head start for my college finals for the fall semester. And then after the very last exam assignment is done, then that is when I will start production on Yahtzee. In fact, production of that would then begin immediately after. And considering how fast that show is, that actually might take a week, actually, to get done. Almost in a similar manner to 5th grader, So that would then be the final show of the fall taping cycle to complete. But then I was thinking of something else too last night after we left. So yeah, then I was thinking of something else last night after we left. Yeah, then I was thinking of something else last night after... Because toward the end of the Minecraft show, I was talking about how I was thinking about, you know, computer upgrades for my hardware upgrades, actually. Not a whole new PC, but mainly just, you know, increasing the reliability of it. You know, adding more RAM to it and increasing the storage on the device. But then I was thinking of another idea in mind. I have some NVMe and I have some SSD and drives that I have not put to use yet, or have not gotten any sort of use in a while. So I was thinking of something. Once I can get a Wi-Fi adapter for my Optiplex small form factor PC, and once I can get that NVMe drive installed inside of there, what I can do is I will host the entire contents of... Well, actually, what I was thinking is turn both of those drives into a network share. You know, essentially I can access the contents of those drives on another PC on the network. And then I'll see if I remember. I can, you know, ensure that I can access those files, you know, away from my PC, because there might be some times where I need to access the contents either on another device, well, actually on another device, like a mobile device, like a tablet or a phone, sort of. I'll have to see if iOS has that kind of functionality. Yeah, I'll have to see if iOS has that kind of functionality. Didn't do it in time. Look how close we were, my goodness. So yeah, that's one idea I've had in mind. That's one idea I have in mind for you know, the future. Oh, looks like somebody already threw some credits in here. We'll go ahead and add the 5. I guess somebody must have thrown some credits in here and then left. But anyway. So yeah, I was thinking, so the materials I'm looking to utilize for this, for this crazy idea, is that Hitachi 500 gigabyte mechanical hard drive that was inside one of the 2 ThinkPads. Besides, I want to make sure that I get all of the... No, that was it. Oh, play again? Certainly we will play again. Here we go, swipes to add. We can add up to 5. So yeah, we'll play again. But anyway, yeah, that's what I was thinking. The utilizing the Hitachi 500 gigabyte mechanical hard drive that was inside of one of the 2 Lenovo ThinkPads. Actually, it was inside the first ThinkPad that I had acquired. And the other drive that I'm looking to use is one of the remaining unused HP 512 gigabyte SATA SSD drive, because I don't think there's any way I can put a second NVMe SSD. I was thinking of doing the same thing with my HP PC, adding, a second NVMe solid state drive into it. I did some research on it, and I have confirmed, that there is no secondary PCI slot to add a second NVMe SSD to it. So I'll let those two SATA SSD drives be hosted, become network shares, being hosted from two different computers. My plan is to have the HP drive be hosted on my 3670 desktop computer. That I'm actually going to do that once I get one of those Wi-Fi adapters. I'm actually thinking about getting one of those cheap Wi-Fi adapters, instead of spending money on a PCIe Wi-Fi card. I think that's a better idea. And furthermore, I think that would solve the problem of the secondary going constantly offline without me even knowing. So that would solve that issue. But yes, that along with more RAM too, as I'll be throwing more RAM into each of my systems. And that's already it. Wow. That was a very fast game. But, yeah, that's currently the plan I have in mind. In fact, I'll actually consider doing the upgrades, soon after we finish, Yahtzee here, like at the end of the fall taping cycle. And then I was thinking something for spring. Considering, looking for a full-time job and everything else. And, however many shows, that we have, still to go. What I was thinking is after we tape the shows for the spring, what I was thinking is maybe do a bit of a head start, on some of the other shows. Particularly Sorry, Wheel of Fortune and all that. That was what I was thinking. Maybe do head starts of both of those shows and store them on those drives. And then store them on each of those drives. Just see how many episodes I can fit on those drives. And then just see how many episodes I can fit. And then once I get the new intros made... I think that's enough of that game. And then once I get those new episodes made... and then once I get the new intros made for the, for the following year, which would be 2027... after I get everything ready for the following year, then it will be... when I actually put the episodes, I'm just going to go ahead and put them together straight away. Because I already have all the material at my disposal. I don't need to do any tapings or anything like that, because I had already done a lot of it. But then it's also going to be that stage, where I then need to start making plans for, the spring. When are we going to start the spring tapings? you know, when are we going to start the tapings for the spring, or you know, how are we going to plan out our programming for the next year of college and whatnot. Those kinds of factors. And then, of course, other factors I got to plan out too. You know, like any weekend plans or anything like that. But of course, as for the spring, I'll look through the schedule and then I will make a decision, make a plan. And make a plan here for what is to come. And of course, right now, the main goal here is to finish taping episodes, you know, for the fall. Finish taping shows for the fall. And then I was thinking, maybe over the summer, since, you know, I'm not going to be doing, you know, regular weather compilations as much, which is currently what I have in mind. That plan is not fully set in stone, but that is currently one idea I have in mind. Planning to discontinue doing this national stuff because it has been driving me crazy, personally, and I think that's why Washington County stopped doing it years ago. But does that mean weather content's gonna stop completely? Well, absolutely not. Is he even gonna land somewhere? Finally. Finally. Finally ended up landing somewhere. Huh, got the big ball again. And this time it landed in something immediately. I don't know if I want to do that again. Probably not. But, oh well. But anyway, yeah, I was thinking of that idea soon after, you know, we ended our Minecraft show last night. And I'm pretty sure my 3670 does not support two internal hard drives as much as I would have liked it to. Uh-oh, did the camera just go down? Oh, now it decided to trigger an ad. Good grief. Anyway, I can find out in the storage category of setup and specifications. It's mainly storage. Here we go, it says. Oh, it can go up to 2.5 inch hard disk drives. Oh, that's cool. So cool, I can throw, so that's good, I can throw 2 of them in there, so I can put 2 drives into, so I can throw 2 drives into my old system. So that's great, I can throw 2 of them in there. So then I can have both of those, so then I can end up having both of those drives hosted over the network. Yeah, so then I can have both of those drives hosted over the network. But then that would mean I would have to sacrifice one of those drives from one of my systems. Particularly, I'm thinking about sacrificing that 512 gigabyte drive from my old PC, my old Dell Inspiron laptop that I installed Windows 10 on for the final scene of Nostalgia Paradise last month. And in fact, this Friday, the 14th, it will be officially a month since Microsoft discontinued Windows 10. Hence why it was the big, focal point of the Nostalgia finale in the first place. And speaking of end of support, earlier today, Microsoft, of course, pushed out their usual security updates for Windows 11. And, of course, Windows 10 users with the Extended Security Updates program. This is actually the first ESU update. The first ESU update for Windows 10. So yeah, that's good to know. I can put 2 SATA drives in there, and it'll work just fine. So that's great. I will definitely do that. But I am going to test that out. Of course, they're making us do chores on our day off. They always come up with ways to ruin our golden opportunity to do a show at its usual time. But you know what? We need a break anyway, so we'll go ahead now and take our. But you know what? We have a whole lot of time today anyway. We have a whole lot of time because we got a whole lot of time, so we will come back to Cornerstone and continue that on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Now we are ready to continue Cornerstone here, which we were already in the middle of before the break even, well, way before we were stopped for like 45 minutes. So now we're going to finally continue this here and to finish off the 152 remaining credits that we've got. So let's find another game to play. Oh, we can add up to 5 swipes here? Oh, that's interesting. Sure, let's add 5 credits. I glitched it out. It still always ends up with 10. I almost had it. I didn't do it. Alright. What other games have we got here? We got this one, Crater Master. Yeah, it seems like we're not gonna get those last ones. Didn't play this one yet. But let's also give this wheel a spin. Yeah, I really covered up the board quite well. Oh sure, let's give this a spin 8 times. Here we go. spinning a wheel with 10 arrows. All right, let's see. We got 56 credits left. So these will be the final credits we can use on this game here. And then we'll find one more game to spend the remaining credits on. 152. It said what you could have won. Yeah, if we can find one more coin, we can actually play that one more time. In fact, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play it one final time. We're gonna play it one final time. I didn't want to ring it up once, but probably just made this a lot harder on myself. But we're gonna ring up the remaining credits on this game. 10 years ago. And that's all of it. Now to pick all 10 arrows. And here we go. One final spin of this wheel with 10 arrows. What's that countdown for? Oh, I suppose that's to I believe that's before the bonus resets. Okay. All right. Well, finally, we got Cornerstone done, and we're ready to move on to the next one. Oh, here was this Roblox arcade. See if I can turn the music off. So it looks like these are exact recreations of games. Now, where does it show how many credits we've got? Are there credits on this unlimited, or where is it? Okay, so it looks like there is a limit as to how many credits there are. Oh my goodness, these sounds are... Where did they abstract these sounds from? Did they extract them from the actual game itself? Oh my goodness, they literally extracted the sounds from the real game. Add bonus ball. Yeah, so... I think it's probably taking the 50 million other credit requests that I sent to the game. Mystery value. Mystery value. Add bonus ball. This is amazing, actually. This is actually pretty incredible. Jackpot! And it get interrupted. Monster jackpot! I'm not playing this again. Mystery value. 4. Go back to player. There's all my credits still counting up. Who even These guys did a great job recreating this game. In every way possible. Free to play. Let's try this game here. You could have earned 29 bonus tickets if you joined the group. Okay. Okay, so it looks like this works the same as the actual... What's that zooming effect? Oh well, I just wanted to just see. Interesting. Although I do like the exact recreations of all those games, you know, those games that are there. Alright. Now, it's time for Arcade Island. I can't go faster, which is a shame. Yeah, and I just triggered secure sticky keys. Yeah, I know about that. Alright. So it does say that they do have price on Saturdays, so. Well, not just Saturdays, but Sundays too. So we get the treatment of full price today. Yay! It's time to ring up the wheels again. Here we go. Times 7. Oh, are there random multipliers on this wheel? Huh. Did I just win the jackpot twice? Oh my god. I won the jackpot twice. That's not really the mega bonus. This spin is for the mega bonus. So I'm gonna get 2 chances at the mega bonus. I'd love to win the mega bonus twice. Let's see if it happens. Nope, didn't happen the first time. Nope, it's not gonna happen. Triple error. 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 No air found. No air found. Ports and connectors. I just heard the mega bonus one on one of the games. That one over there. See, I can do 2400 and 2666 megahertz. Yeah, this thing can only go up to... My old system can only go up to 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's going to be about a minute or two before that machine, which I want to do, is ready. Looks like somebody else is about to use it. Now it looks like on Dell's website, it does not show the information related to, how we do it in the in the BIOS. But that's cool that I can add two hard drives inside of there. So I can throw two hard drives inside of that PC. Well, actually a grand total of 3. Now, if I change... I'm just going to keep this going while I talk here. Now, if I change the product to my 3020 here, the same PC I'm using right now, and I go down to Setup and Specs, and to Specifications, not View, and go down to Storage. It says either one 2.5 or 3.5 inch hard drive, and one M.2 solid state drive, which is the configuration I have now, or just the solid state drive. So, yeah, the M.2 drive is the primary drive. Yeah, it's the primary drive inside this PC. Yeah, it's the primary drive inside of the machine. But then on Dell's website, I'm looking at their statistics, and I was actually curious about the storage limits that it could have on these drives. When I was looking at the storage capacity limits for the Dell 3060 Micro PC, I found out that 1 terabyte is like more than the limit on there, which is 512 gigabytes, which was what Dell says the max should be. But, as you all know, I threw in a 1 terabyte drive, and believe it or not, it recognized it just fine. So I've expanded the capacity of the capability of an old Office PC beyond the manufacturer's limitations. Now, once we reach the jackpot here on this game, and before we move on to the next one, I was going to look at the information on the small form factor PC. Oh my goodness, we could have had it. Oh yeah, now it's salad. And there we go, we reached the jackpot. Alright, so while we have salad, while I go have my salad here, I'll just let you all sit and enjoy Monopoly Automated. Oh, so now Louisville decides to test. Okay, dinner is done. Now, what I was going to look at? It's going to be under small form factor. Okay, manuals and documents. It's probably going to be under... Oh, wait, I just saw it. Setup and specs guide. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish this here. Go by storage. So we can add only... See, I can add only one. So I can add only one SSD to the system, so... That's fine, I'll just put the 256 gigabytes in there. And then I'll throw in another... And then I'm going to throw in another 500 gigabytes to make it a grand total of 756 gigabytes. Wait, where's my wheel? Oh, must not have gotten it in time. But I can look at the connectors on the system board. So there are actually two M.2 connectors on there. All right, we'll go ahead and finish it off. So there is that. And then what else? We got front view, back view. There's something that says about like a diagram of the motherboard. Tyler. I guess there probably isn't. Yeah. Well, perfect timing. We just finished. Perfect timing. We just finished all the arcade stuff. And we're going to play our next game on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to our day off Roblox special. Well, I say day off from school. Normally, this would be when my evening lecture would start, but not this week. Before I unmute the desktop audio, let me turn the music completely off. Alright, there we go. Oh, there's some chips here. Wonder if you could spend me this. Oh, you just get it for free? Wow. It's like Lay's chips, essentially. Alright. Now, just before the break, we finished up the... we just finished doing the arcade stuff. So, yeah, we just finished the arcade. Yeah, the arcade stuff. And while we were having dinner, my parents brought up an idea of a Christmas list, and I suggested the RAM and storage upgrades that I had announced with all of you just a moment ago. So in terms of those upgrades, I want to say it again here. When is this bag ever going to be empty or something? Or does it just make noise? Ah, okay, I guess it just makes noise. But okay. Alright, so I brought up the additional storage. I brought up the extra storage idea for my main PC. And just like what my micro currently has, it's going to be in sort of the reverse order of what my PC currently, of what my main PC currently has. Which right now, it has 512 gigabytes of storage from the factory. Yeah, the factory hard drive from the manufacturer. So, and when I brought up that, my mother asked me, do you even know how to upgrade, the NVMe SSD? And the simple answer to that was, yes, I do. Because that was what I did with my Dell Micro soon after I got it. Soon after I got it in here, and, did some testing with it, and then did all the upgrades that I needed to do and everything like that. So then I took the 1 terabyte drive out of there and just threw it into my Micro, and it's running perfectly. It's running amazing. I'm very happy with this upgrade, and it didn't even cost me much, and I had a lot of the material, for it already at my disposal. Mainly that 2 terabyte, mainly the 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive from my old laptop. But then something else came to mind, and then my mother also asked me, do you even know if your PC can handle all of this? Well, of course, even when I considered all these upgrades, I made sure to look through the manufacturer's website. I made sure to look through the manufacturer's support documentation, to make sure that I'm getting, the maximum amount of storage, because these pre-built PCs, especially, these pre-built PCs are very restrictive on what kind of upgrades you can make. They're very restrictive as to what kind of upgrades you can make. You can't put like a 14th generation processor instead of a 13th gen PC. A PC that came with a 13th generation i7. If I go to my 3020 specs and change it to processor, it'll show all of the... It'll show every single one. And I actually finally also learned what the F stood for in, for instance, 13700F. Or 13700F. The F means the processor does not have integrated graphics. It doesn't have integrated graphics in the processor, which is what this PC is running on. It doesn't have a dedicated graphics card inside of it. It's running off of the processor's integrated graphics. Hence why this is just a standard 1370. If I open up settings and go down to the about section, it'll show me the processor that I'm running. So 13700, which is exactly the processor that is on my list. And then it shows if it has integrated graphics. The F shows that there are no integrated graphics inside of the machine. So you would need a dedicated graphics card in order to do that. And then of course I can scroll down and there's Windows 11 Home 25H2. But then my mother also said, I looked through it on Amazon and Crucial's website and all that stuff. Maybe Best Buy might have those. So I was thinking, I'll give it a try. I'll look through Best Buy and, see if they have it. But then there was also one more thing I didn't bring up. A Wi-Fi adapter for my 3670. To serve as like a secondary piece, to be, so that way I can get it off of so then I can start bridging the connection from my 3670. That's literally been a pain in the ass for several months. The secondary constantly going offline and whatnot. So I can't throw. So as much as I would like to, I can't throw an i9. I can't put an i9 in here as much as I'd like to. And then if I have the nerve to, I could downgrade it to an i3 or. But good thing I get the maximum amount of cores. What's cube for? Is it just there for decoration, or is it there for something? I don't know. I don't know what it's there for. But then there was also something else I was thinking too. And it was something to do with the, I was thinking about, taking the 2 terabyte drive I'll spend a lot of my time doing upgrades on my main system before I go any further with, anything else. So that if I throw 2 terabytes in here, I can maybe have this computer be one of the main storage, you know, when it comes to my shows. Considering now that I am heavily focused on production again. Num num num. So I can eat and swing? Not a good idea. Alright, that's enough. That's enough of the chips. Blah! Blah. The cat. I don't think these are going to finish in time. So they're going to refresh in like 12 seconds. It gave me the tickets at the last second. Wow, there actually is a challenge in this thing. Oh wow, that's it already. Okay, I guess then we'll go get 70 credits from all this other stuff, and we'll play that game, and then yeah, then we gotta get ready for Wheel of Fortune. So then the next thing actually is I actually want to show you that HO scale layout I was talking about quite a lot. So then what I was thinking of doing is, rather than just reinstalling Windows completely from scratch, I had just remembered that I have a copy or disk image of a Cronus. Yeah, a Cronus True Image. And so what I was thinking is I'll create a backup of the entire hard drive, a complete backup of the drive, like I did with the Vostro and that HP, backing up their whole entire partitions and whatnot. So I'll do it the same way. I'll boot to a Cronus and use that to back up the entire hard drive I'll back it up to one of my external hard drives. But I'll take out the internal storage expansion drive that I have in there. So what I'll do is I'll just use a Cronus. I'll plug in one of my external hard drives, back up that entire hard drive, put in the new one. Yeah, put in the new hard drive, then use a Cronus to apply the backup, and then that's that. Simple, right? Well, actually, there's actually one more thing I'd like to do with that drive before I do anything else. I actually would like to, when I get that drive, I want to reset it completely fresh, almost from scratch. But the thing is, that other drive would still have all my data on it. So what am I going to do in terms of data backup? Well, that's a very good question. I'm going to be putting it on that 1 terabyte drive, because this thing is only 512 gigabytes, the internal NVMe. So I'll just take everything off of there, put it onto the 1 terabyte drive, and then just detach it from the PC, and it'll all be right there. So that's nice, so I can reinstall Windows without losing any of my files. But now the thing is, I forgot to mention something. If I'm going to be putting in a new drive and then I got to install Windows again, that means I would need to reapply my PC to our Bitdefender antivirus. And I got to do it with a lot of my other PCs too. I got to get this XPS off the subscription because it's going to be retired later this year. I got to reapply my... I may reset my old PC too as well. Maybe get it off the Insider program and finally put it onto Windows Stable. I don't know. But I'll keep it on the Insider program for the time being. But it's performing quite well, other than the issues with the Wi-Fi driver that's been a pain in the ass lately. But it's alright. But it's okay. So now that I realize... So not only that, but as I said, I'm also planning to upgrade the RAM. I'm going to do 32 gigabytes in my main PC, and I already have 32 gigabytes on my micro. So what I was thinking is I'll evenly share the difference, between each of my systems. So that one's 3200, and the Crucial sticks are 3600, 3200, whatever, and they are downclockable. So what I was thinking is I'll put one of them, I can mix and match brands, which is good, but as long as the speeds are the same. So what I was thinking is I'll put one of the 16 gigabyte sticks in there and put the other 16 gigabytes into my old system to expand it to 24. Let me get this straight. So 24. So actually it'll get 28 gigabytes of memory in total. Now, I don't know if 28 gigabytes is actually supported, but I believe it is. But I'll find out for sure after I get the stick of RAM in there. Otherwise, I'll have to come up with a contingency plan. The alternate plan then is I would throw the 16 gigabyte stick of RAM there, then take that's what I want to do. Put that stick of RAM in there, because I need more memory for Linux to run, so that way I can have, because I really want the Rainmeter gadgets back up on there, because it has been an absolute juggernaut. But now that I learned that I can throw 2 SATA drives into my old system, along with the NVMe SSD, this is pretty good. So now I can expand the storage even more, not just the 2 terabytes, but I can also expand the storage even further, by putting in some of those other old drives that I still have. Like for instance, what I have an HP, it's a 512, it's an SSD S700 Pro 2.5 inch drive. And according to Dell, I can throw this and another one of those into there. So, what I was thinking then is I'm going to sacrifice the HP drive from my old Dell laptop that does not have an operating system on it, and I'll use that drive in there. And as for that Crucial SSD, that 128 gigabyte drive that already has Windows 11 on there, it already has the bypasses for the unsupported requirements, because that's the only drive that still has 23H2 Home on there. And speaking of 23H2, Home and Pro of that version just lost support. It lost support today. So, meaning this point forward, Home and Pro 23H2 no longer get updates. This is why I made the jump to 25H2. Now, the reason why I want to do the factory reset on that new drive is because I want to see if I could have done the feature upgrade differently, and then the microphone issue would have been, how the microphone issue would have behaved if it had went that way. So that's what I'm thinking. So, install the operating system, then update it. If it's going to send me to 24H2 first, then good. Then it'll send me to 24H2. Then if it needs to send me to 25H2, then good. It'll send me to 25H2 right then and there. Simple. So then what I was thinking is I'll share two 512 gigabyte NVMe drives from my old system over the network so I can access it on all of my PCs, on every single one of my systems, as well as the Optiplex, which I'm going to use a wireless adapter, one of those cheap wireless adapters, and I'm going to throw it onto the back of the system, assuming there is enough room. There are 4 USB slots in the back, so there is enough room for me to put a cheap wireless adapter, but I'll take a look. But anyway, now onto RL-Scale Sandbox here. And I'll show you what I've been working on, since the last time we were here. Yeah, here we go. We'll load this up and clear, just keep the plot. There you go. You can see all 606 assets have loaded. So, yeah, this here is a sort of a reenactment of the BNSF racetrack, the most busiest railroad in all of the Midwest. Yeah, I know a lot of these trains are in complete disarray. They have been in complete disarray. But I may have to fix some of this stuff. Yeah, I may have to fix some of this. But it doesn't seem like I have to so far, which is good. So yeah, this thing here that I've been making is the longest one of those mega monster intermodal trains that you'd see on like the Southern Transcon, for example. So this is like my reenactment of it. So I've attached 100 intermodal cars to the train, along with 2 DPUs in the middle. This is how long it actually goes. I'm not kidding. This is how long the train actually goes. And I'll show you this in action. Well, this is embarrassing. This is supposed to be the start of it. This is supposed to be the beginning of it. But I see a lot of the cars have came off the rails, when I was setting it up and whatnot. But you know what? That's alright, because I'm not ready to run it right now. I'll probably mess around with that train a bit more, at some point later. But right now, I'd like to run this train. So let me get all the containers loaded up. Okay, and then I gotta get the consist address here. Okay, and then we'll send it forward. Oh yeah, I gotta put it in the other direction. All right, and now we're gonna send that train forward, and away it goes. Yep, there we go, it's moving. All right, let me go ahead and get in position at the crossing, as I know how much you all would like to see the train go by. So I'll get in position now and let you all see it, because it is time for Wheel of Fortune. Okay, wheels on its first break now. I want to see what it actually looked like as the train went through. Let me actually see from this end. How it actually looked. Yeah, there's what it looked like when it came through. Yeah, there's what it actually looked like when it came on through at like the maximum speed. Yeah, like the maximum speed. So yeah, that's a lot of intermodal containers, and I even threw trailers in at the end. At the very back of it. I wonder how long it takes, on average for that thing to come around. But yeah, now that I know everything, let's take a look at Best Buy here. Save up to $500 on select Windows 11 PCs. Well, that's perfect. Oh, there it goes again. So it takes 7 minutes. Yep. It's back on now. Okay, back from the break. Well, they're on the next break. So now that I've changed it to our store, I'll filter it by 2 terabytes. And I'll go by crucial. Let me take that page and move it over here. There's only 3 of those SSDs left at our store. Yes, that's right. And the triple toss up is next. I didn't even mute in time. Oh well. So yeah, I found the NVMe SSD at the store. It's the P310. I wonder what the differences are between either. Yeah, it's on sale. $164. I think that's a good idea. That thing even comes with a 1 month subscription. Never notice a difference. This is a fantastic, great amount of storage and speed for the price. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of positive reviews on this drive. Yeah, some great drives. Now let's see if Best Buy has RAM. I don't think they do. This is DDR4 because it's not cross-gen compatible. Because I do have RAM. They do have a Crucial. They do have Crucial Pro. Filter by DDR4. Oh, dang it. And then mute again, but John's going for $100,000 in the bonus round. Alright, so looking through Best Buy, they do have Crucial. They do have Crucial's RAM, but they do not have the kind of RAM that they do have that is on Amazon. There is a newer model of this item. So the Crucial Pro. No, I don't want the one with the heat spreader. So it looks like this is the same one that matches on Best Buy. So this is the exact same stick of RAM that I'm finding on Best Buy. So they have 32 gigabytes or 64 gigabytes. It is downclockable. Maybe not yet. Probably because Dancing with the Stars is going to come on right after this. Alright. Now let's see about Wi-Fi, USB Wi-Fi adapters. Let's see about Netgear. All right. Drew just left. Yeah. I understand he's busy tonight. I know he has a really bad time. But anyway, I did find a TP Link. No, neck gear. So I'll go with this neck gear Nighthawk Wi-Fi adapter, and I will utilize that adapter on my Dell Optiplex small form factor PC to give it full wireless connectivity. But anyway, just want to show you the progress, the layout that we've built. But we're not going to go any further, with construction of it today. We're not going to do that today. Ooh, Vader Washington. That's new. That's a new real cam. I'll have to give that take a look at that and see what it's about. But anyway, flip side is about to start. I've gotten my ideas in already for all those Wi-Fi adapters and DDR4 RAM kits and everything. So yeah, I've got a new hard drive in mind. I'll probably upgrade the storage on one of my other systems, but it's fine. I can access it over the network. But now I know I can do more SATA drives. It's good enough. But anyway, it's time to play Flip Side. All right. First round of flip side is in the books. I'm thinking about going ahead and taking care of my popcorn, early tonight because, I get the opportunity to watch the perfect line and flip side here tonight live. No, not this one. Not that one. What should we do this time? Well, it's all still loading. Let's do 64. You are in Norfolk, Virginia. Why, yes, I am. And where are all of the elements? Is it all trying to load or what? Doesn't look like they're loading or something. Oh well, let's go on without it. Let's play this guy. Let's stop because I believe it flip side just came back. Alright, now I gotta pay attention to the clock because 3 minutes is how long the commercial breaks usually last. Alright. Back on the expressway we go. Actually, I gotta get ready. This flip side's about to come back. So let's pull off the road again. All right. Another 3 minutes. Let's get back on the road. All right, flip side's back. And I also just now remembered I still have to go back on the Amtraks and stuff. I'll do that while the perfect line is still going. Anyway, back to our ride here. We're about to cross into Kentucky. Here comes Louisville. Perfect lines back. Alright, it is on a break again. Let's continue. We're gonna go for 71 next. Oh, dang it, I forgot about the gridlock. Hold up, stop the music. I forgot about the freaking gridlock. And I just froze the game. Yay, that's even better. What have I done? Oh, there we go, it works again. Now we gotta teleport. Here we go. I must not have... must not turn those settings off. There we go. Alright, let's try again. Turn around and try. Let's try it again. And welcome to Illinois. I believe I just heard the perfect line come back. Yep. And what do I see? Message from WERX. That's coming off. Is that it? That's it. Okay. All right. Let's complete this ride. We are now in Missouri. Wentzville. And Interstate 64. There we go. We made it to St. Louis. Let's just teleport straight to Cincinnati. So there's the Brent Spence Bridge in the distance. All right, let's finish up the perfect line. All right. So that is it for our shows then. Sure, we could drive a pickup truck around the lakefront. And also, why don't we choose a different song while we go across the Brent Spence Bridge over and over again? Something like this one. Oh, damn it, the gridlock. All right. Well, that was fun. Driving over the Brent's Fez Bridge at 100 miles an hour to the tune of 10 Klein Nigelin or whatever. Yes. That's how much fun that kind of game, yeah, is. So, I had went as promised. I went back on all of the trains before, not before, but during the perfect line, and yeah, it was during the perfect line. It was actually the second main round that I went back on it. So that's great. Perfect line and flip side and Wheel of Fortune are all dealt with now. They're all taken care of. So now, the only thing to see tomorrow is Scrambled Up. Just one episode of it. However, I looked at the listings and there is a second one. Now that I will actually take care of on Thursday of this week. Hence why the amount of Ticket to Ride episodes I will likely be able to tape that day could be greatly reduced. It could be greatly reduced. Or I could take the time tomorrow and watch them both. I could. Oh, and speaking of Scrambled Up, now that we're into the topic of that, during the show, yes, while the show was on, not during a commercial, the entirety of WCIU ended up doing their weekly for the week. They tested twice, like, what, last week? Or was that 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it was last week. Oh, no, it was 2 weeks ago, because it was the 30th when it was like the very last thing I ever saw on on our old TV before it gave out. Oh, yeah. But yeah. So, why don't we go ahead and visit a place we had not visited in quite some time. In fact, it's been quite a while since we were last here. So I'm sure some of you should know what this place is. Yes, that's right. This is the good old Tropical Cove Water Park. I'll go ahead and unmute the game then. Yep, this is a fan favorite. I mean, look at it. Look at it. You get all the goodies. You get all the splash buckets. That doesn't even look like a splash bucket at all. That is, but it doesn't even move. There's a nice water slide there. And another splash bucket that doesn't even tip over. And yet another one that also doesn't tip over. Not sure what these water elements are here for, but I can like see the bottom of it through that. So there's all the spray features. Yeah, this definitely is a place we have not been to in a while. Now, what else have we not been to? Oh yeah, here's a place we haven't visited in quite some time. It's a place we call the Wild West Water Park. I'll stop the music. That's the signal that that dump bucket is about to tip over. Yeah, that's how much, yeah, that's how much fun this place actually is. Now, I actually want to recap several times, what happened a bit earlier in the show for those of you who may have missed everything that I said earlier. So, during dinner tonight, my parents had wondered if I had came up with an idea for a Christmas list this year. In fact, I already had several ideas. I had actually just proposed several ideas of gifts this year. And mainly, it's not going to be additions to the HO train layout like I had originally hoped. This time, it's going to be PC upgrades. So this time, it's going to be upgrades to my existing devices. No, we're not replacing them, we're just upgrading the hardware. So, I was thinking about something. About the 512 gigabytes of storage that my main PC's internal drive currently has. It's currently down to 69 gigabytes. But I think it's better that we expand the storage further. But I guess that doesn't help that I've also added another terabyte of space. While it did help in some way, I do not propose that to be a long-term solution. Now, the true long-term solution I'm proposing is bringing back the original configuration that I've had on my old system from 2015. In fact, in terms of that, the storage mainly. This time I'm proposing to upgrade the hard drive inside of my main system from 512 gigabytes to 2 terabytes. Yes, I'm going to put a 2 terabyte drive, NVMe drive, into the system to give it a whopping 2 terabytes of internal storage. I mean, the thing is, it's my main PC. It's a desktop system. So I want all the storage that I can get. Because, yeah, I do a lot of my activities on there. So it's best that I go ahead and give it, much more storage. Now, the reason why is because just 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte would actually do the job, but the thing is, it's mainly the RAM as well. This thing has only 16 gigabytes of RAM inside of it currently. While it is decent enough for computing, I mean, if I want to do any sort of other things like gaming and whatnot, I think it's time to give this computer sort of a boost in performance. So one of the ways I would do it is give it more RAM. The maximum amount of RAM this thing can go is 64 gigabytes. However, my other machines, the maximum it can go up to is 32. Now, when I posed all of this, my parents were wondering if I know how to replace NVMe drives, RAM, and all these other components. And I said, yes, I know very well, because that was literally one of the things I did with my micro PC as soon as I got it. Now, along with these RAM upgrades, I'm also planning to actually give my small form factor PC some sort of wireless connectivity. Now, it's best that I spend maybe a few bucks on a Wi-Fi adapter, but I could also do a PCIe Wi-Fi card. That could work too. But I'm also proposing going ahead and I'm also reintroducing the proposal to put a VGA external module into my micro. After I found a video of a graphics card addition into a Optiplex 7090 micro, not the micros that my father's school has now, they're 7010s. They're actually, I believe the one that the guy actually upgraded in the video was a 10th generation. It had a 10th generation Intel processor. Those had 13th generations, which is the same generation that my new PC, my current machine, is. It currently has a 13th generation processor and will remain with a 13th generation processor. But the question is it going to be compatible with Windows 12? I think the best thing to do is let Microsoft support Windows 11 for non-AI PCs alongside Windows 12 for AI systems, or create a version of Windows 12 for non-AI PCs. I think that would be better, because there are still a lot of PCs with Windows 10 that did not even meet the requirements to run Windows 11 prior to end of support. And also earlier today, version 23H2, which was the edition that came with my current PC, reached end of service, which means no more security updates, mainly Home and Pro. The commercial editions of 23H2 are still going to get updates for another year, which will be until November of 2026. I was looking at the lifecycle pack page on, and then 2026 should have the information on 23H2 education. So then October 13th, 2026 will be the end of both the ESU program for Windows 10, as well as Home and Pro 24H2 of Windows 11. And November 10th is going to be when the commercial editions of 23H2 reach end of service, meaning no more updates for that version after that. So, yeah, and then Server 2022 also reaches end of mainstream support, but it's moving to extended support, so meaning it's not going to be, the end of it and whatnot, so. And when did Microsoft last update this? There is Windows 11 Education 24H2 in there, but it does not look like there is information about 25H2 in this document yet. It still says about the commercial editions of 24H2 reaching end of servicing. I'm guessing some point later this year, Microsoft will update that document and put that kind of information, that kind of info on there. So, when I proposed the hard drive upgrades, here's what I was thinking. I'm going to swap the 512 gigabyte drive that's in my main PC currently, and I'm going to put that into my HP system to expand its storage. Basically mimic the configuration of my main PC currently. It already has 16 gigabytes of RAM in there, I want to give it 512 gigabytes of solid state storage. But before I do that, oh, is that whatever that other one is? Oh, it is. Okay. So before I do that, I was thinking, instead of just downloading the factory image from Dell and then reinstalling the entire operating system along with all of its files from scratch, I was thinking of doing what I probably should have done with the small form factor when I was changing hard drives. Clone the entire drive. Yeah, cloning the entire hard drive sector by sector, of everything. The entire operating system, all the files and settings that are on there. So all files, programs, everything. Clone them all. So what I was thinking is boot to a CD of a Cronus true image, make a backup onto a external hard drive, then once the backup completes, put in the new one, restore the backup, but before I do anything with that, I want to make sure that support assist recovery still works. Now it's not going to affect the other hard drive because all of its data is still there. All the data that's on that drive should remain intact. So it will remain untouched. So meaning when I swap the drive out on the HP, it should end up the very same way. At least it should. So then 512 gigabytes will go into the HP system and double its storage, basically. At least that is what I am proposing. So yeah, that will at least double its storage. And then speaking of adding storage, I brought along further the idea of, my SATA SSDs that have been sitting unused for several months, soon after I acquired them. Now here's what I was thinking. Now that I've discovered that I could put a SATA hard drive into my main PC alongside the NVMe SSD, that's why I expanded the storage on it to 1 terabyte. Actually, it's 1.5 terabytes. But soon that is going to become a whole 3 terabytes of space. Just like with my micro, except the order in which it's all stored is going to be backwards. It's basically going to be flipped. The NVMe will have 2 terabytes, and the extra drive will be 1 terabyte. As for the micro, the internal drive is 1 terabyte, and the internal hard drive that's also in there, the secondary SATA hard drive, is 2 terabytes. So that's what gives it a whopping 3 terabytes of space. And good thing I did not put Windows 11 on that, because it would be a terrible, terrible experience personally. Oh boy, I wonder what Windows 11 will be like on a mechanical hard drive. I would not want to find out. I personally do not. But I did find out about the extra hard drive capabilities of my machines. The small form factor's main storage device is currently a SATA SSD. There is a slot for an NVMe SSD, but that was never utilized, and I don't have the proper SSD screws, or screw, whatever, to actually put that SSD in there. The SSD that came out of the micro as part of the upgrade before the micro went into service. So I can put a solid state drive to my small form factor PC, and I'll swap out the 256 gigabyte SATA SSD that's in there currently and put in the Hitachi 500 gigabyte drive that was inside of one of the Lenovo ThinkPads. In fact, it was the very first one that I acquired in 2023, when I started the Nostalgia Paradise series. Yeah, when I started making that show. So I can put an NVMe SSD in there, and then the 500 gigabyte drive. And then when I was looking at the storage specifications for the 3670, my old PC, the only storage it had was a 256 gigabyte solid state drive, which is currently running Windows 11 Home Insider Preview. Looking at Dell's storage capacity table, I can actually put two 2.5-inch hard disk drives inside of there. And during Wheel of Fortune, I was actually thinking about one thing that I was thinking about one thing that I learned from the OS Fundamentals course. Storage spaces. So I was thinking I could use storage spaces on both of those drives. So I could create a storage pool on both drives, and then I can share that entire pool over the network, which is what I'm looking to do. So instead of creating 3 separate network shares, I'm actually looking to make 2, sharing 2 separate drives' contents over the network. So, what I'm proposing is host 2 HP 512 gigabyte drives, which should total to well over a terabyte. And basically, the 3670 will be the host of those drives. So we'll host those drives. Well, actually, I'll share those drives over the network. So really, I can just open up any Explorer window and I can view its contents on another PC. And then whatever changes I make to those drives, it'll sync with the drives over on that PC. So it'll essentially share over the network. As for the small form factor, I can't combine it too because the 3670 only has room for 2.5-inch drives, which is great. But now I would need to find another SATA power cable. I'm pretty sure there are 2 of them in there, so there is room for 2. Now I'll have to take a look and see if I can actually make that upgrade. I will take a look and see if I can actually do that upgrade, but that is not currently set for the immediate future. There is, of course, many reasons as to why. But then, of course, I'll host the 500 gigabyte hard drive over the network as well as a separate network share. I'm also thinking about maybe hosting the 1 terabyte drive that's inside of here over the network as well, but I do not have that currently proposed. Now, when am I looking to make these upgrades? Well, not anywhere in the immediate future as of this moment. That is because of what we have coming up for the fall taping cycle. As I said at the beginning of the show, and as many of you all know, I have been recording Ticket to Ride episodes all day today, and I will be taping a lot more on Thursday this week. However, because instead of 1 scrambled up, there's going to be 2. Now, as a result, I believe I'm going to be shrinking down the number of Ticket to Ride episodes I'll be recording. So instead of recording 25 like I did today, I think the best thing I'll be able to do is shrink it down to just 20. But we'll see how it goes. Now, as for what I'm going to do with the new drive when I put it into my main system, I'm going to test out the Support Assist recovery on there, just making sure that it still correctly functions. Once it functions, just make sure that it correctly works. If it works, then great. But also, I want to see if it fixes I also want to see if I can resolve the issue that I've been having since updating this 25H2, mainly with the noise cancellation feature inside of Max Audio Pro. Now, I don't know, but I think maybe today's security update might solve the problem. I don't think it is going to, but I'm going to hope that that's the case. But I'm going to hope that that's the case anyway, so. I'm just going to hope that that is the case anyway. If it is, great. If not, oh well. But then, of course, there's more to come. Not just Ticket to Ride, but also my finals for my college stuff, which is hence why I put all those virtual machines on my micro. And I'm using virtual machines on there because it has 32 gigs of RAM, of course, which is what those Z2 workstations at the college are. And it has a terabyte of storage. And this thing, that micro, can absolutely emulate Windows 11 like a champion. It literally can handle Windows 11 in emulation quite well. My main system, probably not so much, so I'm not even going to try to attempt it in any way, shape, or form. As much as I'd like to, I am not going to try it. But anyway, yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about these upgrades, in the months to come, but then also, after college finals, Yahtzee, and then from there I can begin to then from there I can start making the upgrades. But again, currently that is not set anywhere. That is currently not set for any time in the immediate future. But I am going to be looking to do these upgrades in about a month or so. So yeah. Alright. So now, we'll let you all watch some trains in DeKalb from inside of this McDonald's while I go have my popcorn break. Okay, that's going to be as good of a view as you're going to get. So. Alright. We will let you all now enjoy the trains from DeKalb. And then once I return, we are going to go straight into the grand finale of our Roblox show here. We're going to go straight into the grand finale, which is, of course, San Francisco. being idle for 20 minutes. Well, we're done with that game anyway. And now I'd say we go ahead and jump right into the finale here. And we're going to go ahead and play some of our, a lot of our old favorites. Yeah, as they say, a lot of our old favorites. Yeah, let's start with this one. Better that the gamer just turned it down. Alright, I think that's better. Oh gosh. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. You got so many pieces flying all at once. Oh my gosh. It's like so powerful that I'm literally being bounced off of the map. Oh my god. There's like so many pieces all flying at once. This is insane. Oh gosh. Where the heck am I being transported to? It's like I can't even see a damn thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. We are absolutely tearing this thing to shreds. Literal shreds. Like, we're giving it every last bit we got. Oh jeez. Oh gosh. Look how much land we've already cleared. We already cleared so much land. Yeah, how about something more intense? No. That'll work. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be setting it up too close. Otherwise that would happen. And it's like I get transported way off the map as a result. Oh yeah, way off the map. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of pieces we're getting to fly off the map. Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. A lot of pieces flying in the air. Okay, better run away. Oh my gosh! I got the bridge to get destroyed. Oh my goodness. See its pieces flying in the air. Oh my gosh. We are absolutely annihilating this. Oh my gosh. This is incredible. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this one's slightly intense. Oh my god. Okay, that wasn't where I wanted to aim. But this is not the part of the song where I wanted to do it anyway, so... Oh my gosh. Those are pieces that flew all the way here. I guess we do have a lot of time left then, because of how quick we got through this. So then I guess we'll mess around with the train layout for the last hour and a half, I believe. Yeah, the last hour and a half of this mayhem. Use whatever power I have left to clear these remaining buildings. No, how about something more intense? No? Yeah, that one. We don't literally have too many buildings left to clear off this map. That building's part of the whole ecosystem or whatever. Here's the piece that's still sitting there. There we go. Left to the ocean. That will do. Here's one left. Okay, I think that's enough of the music for now. Because we've reached the end of, all of this destruction. As we've actually completed the entire destruction of this thing. So this piece can actually be moved, but it's quite difficult. There we go. I guess we got through the best part of it, so I guess we can just go ahead and finish it off without the music, so. Yeah, I guess we can just go ahead and finish this whole thing off without music, so. So there you go. That is what's left. Oh my goodness. I see I had already partially wrecked the Golden Gate Bridge in the process. There's all the building pieces floating in the ocean. Well, not necessarily yet in the ocean. Rather on the heels of the San Francisco Bay. And now we can get rid of the Golden Gate Bridge. And there it goes. It's gone forever. But then we still have other stuff on the other side that we still gotta get rid of. No. Yeah, that one. Seems like I can't get that piece to move. No matter how many times I try. Got one. I can't really get out of the water. There we go. How about something more intense than that? No. No. Yeah, this one will work. And there's a lonely piece flying in the air still. I see Europe of Buena Island is already partially destroyed. Oh, there we go. So this will be the final blow. And then that'll be it for this game. We'll have one more game to play and then we're done here. Like, no, it's not possible. Yeah, I think we achieved what we needed to achieve. Let's go ahead and bring it all back. Oh well. Back to our scale sandbox we go. Alright. We'll play around in this game for the rest of the time that we have. I'll pick a different one. Yeah. So there's what I was trying to put together, a separate rail line. save it so that way I don't lose any of this. Save. Yes. Okay. And now we'll go ahead and load it up and send these two on its way. So while this train is now severely reduced, I'm still going to give it, you know, the best treatment possible. Now all of these are severely reduced. I'll go ahead and let me turn it down a bit so that way y'all can still hear me while it's playing. That means those two DPUs there at the front would now be the front of the train. So now I'll have to find either 1, 2, or 3 replacement locomotives. And we're going to find those replacements right now. And we can filter each locomotive by country, so we'll filter it by US. And these are all the US locomotives. See if I can try to get this to be the front of the train. Seems like with however many locomotives I'm trying to put down, it's not even rotating to the front. I'm going to keep trying until we get the desired result. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just turn the music up so then. Come on. Why aren't you going to your desired direction? Let's try this instead. Come on. So even if I turn around, it doesn't do anything. Jeez, this is going to be like a 7 locomotive DPU at the back. It's going to be crazy if that's how it ends up. Jeez Louise, man. Come on. Come on. Get me the one in the front. It's not putting it at the front. What the heck? What the heck? Come on. Let's just try this car. What the heck? How many cars am I going to have to place down just to get it to go in the correct direction? Maybe if I turn this way? How does this even work? What do I do? Hit the arrows or something? And then the locomotive turns around, or what? Those are tracks. Doesn't seem like there's another way or something. Okay, okay, well, that is not gonna work. So, I've got a different idea instead. Make sure that I get rid of only the new changes we have made thus far. And what we're going to do instead is we're going to go ahead and send it forward. Nope, wrong direction. Go forward. Oh, it's trying. Oh gosh. The train is already derailing. Oh my gosh. The freight cars are literally dancing. They're dancing. They're literally dancing to the music. So great. Is this the Great Train Car Dance-Off or something? What the heck have I done? Oh my gosh. I think that's what I get for probably moving it in the wrong direction. Okay, let's... Yeah, let's clear it and start over. Come on, save, load. Load the... Yeah, clear the whole plot and reset the map. Okay, this should be the changes that I had left. Yep, the same changes as before. Alright, well now that means we gotta refill all the containers. Our well cars. Or maybe we should call this the Jalen County Railroad. Maybe. Possibly. This railroad has nothing to do with that. Now let me see if I remember which way to go. So let's try again. Am I sending it the right way or... Uh-oh. God dang it. Okay, let me put it reverse, thank you. So let me try moving it backwards to get it to connect. But while we wait for that, are these DPUs even part of the consist? Let me take a look here. Oh, they are. So it looks like very soon both sides are going to clash together. Maybe I'll have to see what the issue is. And I think I know what it is. It's that both trains must be going in different directions. They must be going in a completely different direction than what they're supposed to be going in. So let's let it connect. Let's let it connect to there. There we go. Alright, let me take a look here. Okay, maybe let's change 3 and 4 to go backwards. I think that's probably what the problem is here. Okay, they should go forward now. They should now go forward. But let me reload the rest of the containers. until we can figure out what is actually going on, I'm going to leave this train in its current state. Let me see. Did both sides even clash together? Okay, it looks like they did. So it looks like they did both come together. Alright. Assuming that I have everything in the correct direction. Now, let's go ahead and send the entire... Nope, 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 wrong way. No, no, no. No, no. Forward. Forward. There we go. Alright. Now it should be able to go forward without any problem. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. It is absolutely massive. It is an absolutely massive train. I mean, look at it. 2 miles worth of intermodal containers, DPUs, and everything. Look at this. Matston. Oh my gosh. Just wait till it reaches the crossing here. Let's watch it go through the railroad crossing. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna let you all see for yourself how massive this train truly is. Oh my gosh, here it comes. Here it comes. It's coming around the bend. Oh my gosh. And now here it is. A massive intermodal train in Roblox brought to you by the Jalen County Railroad Administration. And it's going slow for some reason. I don't know why. It's like at full speed or something. What is it doing? Oh, it actually is moving quite fast, but it's so laggy. But it's so laggy because of how long it is. Okay. All right. And they're all tucked in. We have an hour left. No? Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and run the other one now. Go ahead and hook up number 6. Consist 4002. Nope, the other way. There you go. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Now all 3 are moving at the same time. This intermodal is literally lagging like crazy. Wonder how many cars you can go before it glitches out like this. Look at this. Oh my god. It's like you can barely even see the end of it. This is nuts. Alright, well they're both running. I'm gonna go ahead and save it in its current state. Actually no, we're gonna wait till... We're gonna wait till after I stop both trains when we're done here. Wonder how many duplicate commands I sent. I probably sent a lot of them, didn't I? This is where the commuter line will go. Together. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought it was a buffer. And I believe I gotta turn down the music too. See how much more track I need to put down. Here comes the manifest towards the crossing. Oh my goodness. And there's the DPU at the end. Alright, let's see how much more of this track we can add. Try to get the track without the road. Only make a copy of 2 more pieces. What is up with this? I'm literally clicking stuff. There we go, we got it. Then I gotta use this tool to turn it around. Build function. We'll go 500. Another 50. 200 for the next piece. Back to quick build. And we'll do 300. The next piece of track. this track will be for the commuter service. Like one of the intermodal trains left off without its load. So let's put together what we can of this track first before we do anything else about it. If I find the other piece of it, I'll send it in reverse. Manifest. Oh, yep, there it is. Find address. Wait, where is it? There it is. 4002. It is missing its load. Reverse. Quick. Let me just force stop it. Emergency stop. Now, go backwards. Oh, it's gotta go forward. There we go. Alright, that will send the train in reverse. Alright, keep quick build going. So we can get it to its www. Wait, no. So we can move it to its rightful place. Then 100 again. That will lay down a 40, maybe a 20, and maybe another 10. Okay, and then we can put down our curve. Both nearly aligned. Okay, we'll just put down okay, that's too much. Delete that piece. There we go. Now the track is fully together. For some reason, the manifest is going slow. Alright, let's see what other road decorations there are. Is there any traffic signals anywhere? buildings, terrain, paths, rails. Building kit for wiring. Trying to figure out the wiring mechanism on there. I don't know, but I'll get it figured out soon enough. But you know, I'll figure this out a little bit more. You know, in a future show. Alright. Let's put down another train. That 40 pH is the closest I can get to Metra. Yeah, the closest I think I can get to Metra. Train manager and clear it. And then I can pick another one. They do have the Metra. bit too close for comfort. Actually, let's clear that whole train and start over. Looking at the wrong category. There goes 2. all of it. Now let's send it forward. And I'm gonna go ahead and save it. Save it and confirm. Back to the other consoles. We're closer now. Here we go. Alright, better slow this one down. I think this coupler thinks it's coupled. I think it might be totaled. Could probably be destroyed by that point. So let me go back to Train Manager and clear that. And so we can remove it. There we go, that did something. There we go, got it. Save it once more. Okay, now we can go ahead and send it forward. Where did the Caltrain commuter thing go? Let me see what the add logic thing does. Looks like it's not total direction movements. That's all right. But we'll get it figured out eventually. Separate rail lines will go. I was actually thinking about adding another one. Conclude this here by doing some final adjustments to the layout. Road B. Road ramp 1. Road 1. Here we go. That and this. I'm going to use the move tool. Duplicate it. And duplicate it again. Alright, and then we'll just copy and paste the same thing 5 different times. adding more and more as we go. And overall, I believe this is going to be the last change we will make to the layout this week. I feel like here we're working on two different empires on two different platforms. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and play the final song, and that will be the end of this show. And not even after proper rotation does it seem to work correctly. Okay, that train's messed up now. Alright, we're gonna make this totally simple. Ready? And as for the trains, I'll mess around with them on the next show. Sure, I'll extend it by another few minutes. there's supposed to be more added on here, but again, we're gonna save it for next time. So I'll go ahead and save the whole thing. And then we'll return to it on next week's Roblox show. And there it is. Why is this highlighted in blue? Oh, it's probably because I was in that menu earlier. Oh well. I try to figure out I can, wire both the trains and the crossings together. But yeah, I'll get that figured out. Alright, so just 50 seconds left of the song. I'm going to let it finish all the way. I have a feeling that we are real soon, so as well. I got everything ready to go, but I will not reset the station until the drive tests. Yeah, until they do it. Alright, and so there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be where we will conclude. Well, actually, we're going to conclude here in just a moment. Let's see, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, and 14 are all that's left. So just like last time, I'm going to have these horizons open. Now, just to see if either of them do it early. And I'll get this window ready here, because we're going to be playing, as I'm going to play catch up here in just a little bit. Right when we finish. So aside from that, that is where I will put the finishing touches then. And I'll just disconnect the iPad from the charger. Alright, and with that, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is where we will now conclude our Roblox show here for this week. Well, it was great doing it on a Tuesday night. Of course, a day that we normally do it. So I'm very proud. I'm very happy that we took that opportunity as much as we could. So I'm glad we took that again. I'm glad we took that opportunity when we did. So next week's Roblox show will be back to Sunday. So again, that will be when we do our next Roblox show. And there, we'll see what we can mess around with more on the layout, and hopefully, maybe I can achieve my goal of getting every train to run at the exact same time, because I want them all to run at the same speed at once. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I will try it, and see if I can actually get it to work. I'll give it a try. But anyway, once again, that is it for us here tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us here this evening for our Roblox show as usual time on Tuesday for just this week only. The next time that we'll be doing Roblox at this time slot will be on, I believe it will be December 9th. That will be when Roblox returns to this time slot on Tuesday nights. So it's going to be for a few more weeks where we'll do Roblox on Sunday. I know, hang in there. I'm kind of impatient myself, but I would love to do Roblox again on Tuesdays and then just leave Sunday all for me. But we'll wait and see. So anyway, again, thank you all for tuning in and joining us here today for our Roblox show. It's so great having you tonight. And we will return with you again tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8:15 a.m. Of course, when we do our weekly test spectacular, it's featuring all the usual goodies, and then of course, all the weekly test goodies, and then the cloud security evening course, which will be one of the only 2 lectures this week, so that's great. As there was supposed to be one tonight, but of course the college is closed for Veterans Day, so that's why we took this opportunity today, and I'm glad it paid off. So, again, we will be back with you first thing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. or sometime after that, when we do our weekly test Wednesday show. And then, of course, all the other usual stuff, Wheel of Fortune, Super Deluxe, Hyper Bowl, Monopoly, and Deal or No Deal, hopefully with Brandon this week. And then, of course, Yahtzee and whatever else we can think of towards the end. So, we'll see. So, with that said, thank you again for joining us here. So, until we see you again tomorrow morning for the weekly test show, I'm tired, and the Lembi couldn't be with us tonight as well, but we understand. We know he has a busy life, but we know he'll be with us tomorrow anyway. He will be with us tomorrow, if he doesn't call me within the next hour. If he doesn't decide to call me within the next hour. So, we're going to let ourselves get our much needed rest, so that way I can be energized for tomorrow's weekly test spectacular. And we hope you will join us then. So, until next time, I am Mr. Planfold, and we bid all of you a very pleasant good night.